think wait for YouTube. Cool. All right, so we are back in NorthGrid. Last time I was working on getting clustering working. So now we've got the ability to draw all the shapes, which we had before. But now they'll cluster together, but then we also figured out how to get them to uncluster when we went 3D, which isn't that important yet because we're going to replace the 3D view with a different view. That'll give us a little bit more styling options for 3D stuff. And that's working both on iOS and on the desktop now, so we're good there. And then so yesterday I then started working on revamping the entire UI and the UX and how things kind of came together as far as what was being seen as far as modules go. So this used to have like 7 different things. Now it's down to just 4. This will grow, but that's there. And then our settings is now a lot different. So everything is kind of sort of in here. But that still needs to kind of be worked on. It's kind of still being worked on right now. We're working on, I did a couple rounds of revision fixes, and then we've been working on, in between that, I've been working on the actual UI stuff. So building out this more, finalizing a few things. I kind of put the pause on building out the individual modules because of the work that we're doing in the app with the, like, this whole comms thing that didn't exist. Active missions is kind of changing. Yeah, so mission is changing. The chat needs to be changed because it is confusing as shit. I'm building it and I don't even understand it. So anyway, that's kind of where we are today. There's one bug I need to get started on. Keyboard warm up, that's fixed. Draw preview layers, that's also fixed. Okay, so 2 things that we need to do. We need to persist the shapes in between app restarts. So if I draw something, I need to then be able to pull it up the next time that it comes in. So we need to not be clearing out the data layers that store all that information. We need to make sure that we're not clearing that out. And then we need to then also take a look at dragging, rotating, and scaling on iOS. So right now, if you select an object, the drag handles and measurement labels will move, and then upon release, then the shape will snap to it. So we need to make sure that those things are tied together better. Just Zophie. Hello, how's it going? Hello. Oh, doing all right. I'm okay. Like I said, just kind of getting started. Stream just started, so just getting back into the groove of it. How's the Fable 5? Honestly, I don't know. I wasn't even able to get Fable 5 to work until like 2 a.m. this morning. Every time I tried to enable Fable 5, it would just kick me back down to 4.8. But then for some reason, it's kind of stuck. And now it's working, at least as the advisor. Too portable, try it. I mean, like I said, I finally got it working, and I've only used 5%. If you use it in an advisory role, it uses way less than if you were to use it as your builder role. So if you try to set it up that way, it might work a little bit better for you. Right now, it goes and it does all the planning for me, and then it writes. I have a custom workflow. Oh, not terminal. Whenever it gets going, so it'll launch. It automatically sends it writes a prompt, writes the plan to the builder for me. So I see a lot less usage out of it, like as far as usage rate or usage. We'll go with that. First one crosses a known backlog item. I did try out Grok 4.5 last night, I think. Yesterday afternoon, I did a full scan of the code base, and it actually found quite a few things that both GPT 5.5 and Fable 5 and 4.8 all missed. Rock, is this true? What you mean? But anyways, I haven't used Grok on like actually to create code, but as far as auditing code, it seems to be doing a pretty good job. iOS this slice. Oh, I don't know that meme. Oh wait, I do. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, Grok, is this true underneath each post? Yeah. I get it now. I'm an idiot. No, I mean, I've always liked using Grok, but never really in a production way. Like, I'll talk with Grok to produce like a high level, like scope document or something like that. Especially if it relies on something that needs up to date information. But yeah, I've always really liked using Grok, especially for how fast it is. And now, but 4.5 has been pretty good at finding bugs and identifying them, and they not actually being, and there are actual bugs, because a lot of times I would use 4.3 to go find bugs, and then I give it to Claude or to GPT, and it was like, these are like 3 of these are real things, and the other 10 are not real. So I think it's doing a lot better. On item 2, diagnosis line, during blah, 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 the live ghost currently drives the handles, but not the shape body, which is only... So for item 2, I'm not sure when this broke, because it was working for a while, and then I think during one of our hardening passes they became detached. Everything works fine on desktop. It's only in the iOS app does this problem exist. By 6 just came out. I haven't used Codex at all today. Are there rate limits and all that? Like kind of like Fable, or is it different? Codex is now the ChatGPT app. Nope, you're still Codex. Interesting. Okay. Ooh, so all three of them came out? I thought it was only going to be Soul. Interesting, interesting. Okay. What is my usage at? Oh, that's nice. They reset my stuff. Okay, so that's good. I was at like 8% left anyway. Okay, so let's just do a code analysis on the entire NorthGrid core engine and mapping engine pieces for desktop and iOS. Look for any optimizations that we can do, both from a performance as well as from a way to make the code appear to be more usable or universal. Generate a audit document in the docs folder of the NorthGrid project whenever you're done. We'll give her a whirl when they do they resets 9. I thought this already did that. Maybe not. Yeah, I thought this already did show it. But the one thing I'm noticing is it's not showing my email address to everybody anymore, so that's nice. The limit resets. Expires 7/17. Okay, so I need to like use the hell out of this thing. So they're all three expiring, which shouldn't be a problem because in the past week I've already had to use 2 resets. The clustering branches post QA performance fix. It stated change was tightened. The iOS active edit path will move. Yeah, so go investigate that performance fix. If there's a way to both undo that but also optimize it the way it was trying to do, then try to do that. Interesting. So I'll have to do some reading up on the Soul stuff. I know that Soul. Ooh. I know Soul was the big dude, but I don't remember the other two, like where they landed. 80% on par with Fable 5 while being cheaper. Interesting. Well, yeah, I mean, at a minimum, they're not. I've already used 2%. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, we'll see how it works. I'll read up on it whenever I get off stream. But yeah, interested to see what they come back with. How's it score? At least towards 4.8. If they gave those numbers, I assume they did. So we can pull up X. Oh, so this came out quite a few hours ago. Now available in Cursor. So a third of the price. 95% of the performance, a third of the price. Better than 4.5 high. Interesting. Oh, damn. 88 versus 78. Says 4.8. That's pretty good then. Yeah, so the way I have it running is Fable 5 is running as an advisor. So like I said, it does all the planning, and it'll do, if I tell it to do the investigative work, it'll do the investigative work. Otherwise, it'll give that to the builder. It'll make a task to investigate. And then builder is using Sonnet 5. Yeah, real world usage. So I'm still only used 2%. I don't know. We'll give it a whirl. I've been focused only on Claude because that was where I started doing the planning for this next phase of stuff, so it had all the context. So I haven't been doing multiple work trees like I usually do, just because this is such like a critical step, or critical pivot, I guess I should say, of the project. So yeah. One of the things I was doing the other night off stream is I was playing around with what's going to become the what's going to become the 3D view. Okay, maybe I can't pull it up. Anyway, so basically I'm taking 3D depth data and then overlaying vector data on top of it and then loading that into 3JS. So I guess that was done in just like a standalone spike. Yeah, I see that. Go away. That was done in a standalone spike, but I guess maybe it deleted the data layers. That sucks. Because it's pretty cool. So it does it down to like 10 meters, I think is what it is. No, I think it was 30 meters in the spike. 30 meters per pixel accuracy. Maybe it was 20. But yeah, then 3JS then renders it a 3D model. The only problem is from a performance point of view, it's quite a bit worse than the built-in piece. But I think I can get it down because I think it was rendering way too much, like the distance-wise. I need to add in like video game fog, if you will, to cut it off. Do I have any radios? That one's on. Okay, so I need to test this part. Well, thank you for the follow, Zoe. So let's see. Mission, join. I need to get this camera. It's like backwards and inverted and sideways. Join mission. Comms. Scan for radio. I'm a cool bloke. I'll make sure to tell my wife. Okay, so I'm just checking. I did a whole thing, a redo of you 40, 42, 42, I think. Okay, done. So that should be okay. So I sign up, show up there, and then test. Keyboard is good. You show up there. That went across. Did you? What about radio? That's still disconnect. Test 3. Test 3. That still says relay. I'm not. Oh, because it's connected through the gateway. So disconnect from gateway. Test 4. That's radio. Okay, so we can see relay's been picking up all the PLI pings. Then the last two things were over the LAN gateway. And then that last piece was through radio. So this should ping red here in a second. Randomly typing crap. Okay, there we go. So it did show up, but it's tiny little bytes. Okay. So that's running. So we'll get back to Figma. So I was working on this last. How the hell do you spell diagonal? Like complete brain fart. So Nope, you're green. You're gonna be orange. It'll be blue. No, you'll be red. I don't need blue. We'll make blue. Can I not? Ooh. Top bar. Okay. Have you completed yet? Not yet. Audit is written, documentation checks are clean. Added docs core mapping engine. Executive verdict. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, know that. That's fine. MacBridge serializes and republishes self-check. For protocol, relay bodies are hex encoded at 2x size and other discards useful raw COT data. Every progress notification rebuilds, decodes, sorts logs, and publishes the full pack list. Interesting. Every valid progress notification computes progress, logs a formatted message, and calls reload region. Reload regions map. Every pack decodes a JSON context, sorts the full array, publishes it, and logs. Multiple active packs can produce a burst of main actor rebuild. I'm sure it can. Do not reintroduce the stale. Does not need a new map engine. Needs a firmer engine boundary. Okay. So basically what I knew. So that's interesting that it did find that much stuff though. Keep the hybrid, make Rust core the authoritative shape model and persistence boundary. Prioritize iOS drag frame clustering and style loading hot paths, replace blah 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 blah. So I think I'll have to get through the current sprint of stuff and then I can load up this. The pieces it's talking about loading the Rust core is interesting. I was pretty sure we were already doing that. Consolidate duplicated styles, geodesy labels, and validation rules. I don't think they're duplicated. They had to be separate, I thought. So interesting. Okay, both landed. Shapes now survive restarts every commit. Blah 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 blah. If circles handle orientation access isn't part of the caught wire format, so restore circles, point their handles north until you drag it. Okay, that's totally fine. The edit regression found, name and fixed the way you asked. Okay. Is the shape surviving restart, is that for both desktop and iOS or only iOS? Is the shape surviving restart iOS only, or is it also for the desktop app? I'm thinking something that I just realized. Those fixes have to go in before I can introduce the next piece of the map. Definitely has to happen before we do the 3D replacement. There's a partial bridge already. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, drawing. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, the dragging and moving is good. Okay, so we drew two shapes. The proper retrofit. Make core desktop shape store bigger, but it's the prerequisite for everything coming anyway. Shape sync over relay, mission save of drawings, and true desktop iOS alignment. Doing number one doesn't waste much. So my gut tells me that we should go with number 2, just because it is what we're going to be working on next, is sending shape data across the comms networks. However, I want you to take a look at the core mapping engine audit.md file in the docs folder. There is some talk of needing to universalize and doing things like making Rust core the authoritative shape model and persistence boundary. Take a look at that file and give me your read of its findings, and also if now is the appropriate time to implement the changes that it's describing, or if you have a different idea on how we should approach it. Is this using the right microphone? No. Okay, so what else did it change in here? Not really anything, I don't think. I need. So I need a way to expand this dude. All right. It independently rederives our hard one house rules. It This is a high quality audit, and I trust it. Independently rederives our hard one house rules. Almost agrees is dangerous. Spot checks pass. Verify the audit claim. Deliberately uses per platform fake coordinates. It correctly understood our freshest work. Where did I adjust the sequencing? The audit says hot pass first, wave 1, then the store wave 2. For us, I did for 2 reasons. Your next features live on the store seam. Shapes over comms needs COD event. Okay. And the store. Mission stop needs the same dispatcher work. Touching that seam once, and both queued features become thin. EME5 clustering. Before we proceed with these 5, should we do the slice 6 or the mission start stuff first, or is that included in your plan? So just as a status update, the work that you did to fix the label separation from the shape itself for anchors and labels on iOS did work, and it looks good. And on desktop, the functionality is still working as planned. So is there a risk in these core upgrades to the engine that that work will become undone, or is it just centralizing it? iOS store rebind. Transient edit source. That was always the plan. Our fix restore correctness. Slice 2 makes the corrected behavior cheap, so the code changes, but 3 strings we pin the behavior. Validation matrix. Slice 3 low risk by design. Yes, so go ahead and proceed with slice 1 just before you do it, make sure that we have a clear rollback path or rollback point. Okay. So it's a good thing I did the audit. Thanks, GPT. I'm still going to call you Codex. I don't care what you say. So 5.6 came out, and Claude also reset all of its usage limits too. That's convenient. Wonder if they just didn't want to lose that audience. Okay, so these need to all go away because they are out of date. I want to... Man, my computer is laggy as shit when Xcode's running. Oh, this is actually an interesting point. Yeah, I don't know about that one. News is we can hide that for now. And then for you, we need to move you over here so I can keep an eye on you. Zero, zero, zero. Running. Why is it not the very first one? Come on now. Did this replace the... Did put it there. Claude is still going. Better. Okay, what if we take you off and then we just do this on the top? I need... Why not just do this? Still don't light up. Son of a bitch. Detach. I don't need a back button. Filler is I'll keep it just because it does keep it all tidy. There we go. That lines up. Well, that is shit. What is the default width for the main dock? Like, what is its minimum width to show everything? I think it's like 286. I thought 256. .280. The dock is a 328 point reference default width, but the splitter permits it to shrink to 280. 28. Remove min, stick to that, and then you. So it looks like Claude may have wrapped up. Oh, no, just kidding. We're going through all the Rust files. Circle, shape, square, chat? Why is chat RS? Oh, cot event. Main dock, and then the comms is what I want to work on first. That's still running. So I need a module skeleton. Go container, main dock. Sure, whatever, that's fine. This needs to be auto layout. Then you're gonna be need you to be a slot, sir. Module slot. By default, display empty slot. Boom, 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 boom. Still running. Back to editing our Rust files. Ba, ba, ba. Heartbeat. Heartbeat. Okay. So then that needs to be module icon. Oh, that means we should be getting close, Mr. Claude. Better left. Hug. Need Mr. X. Why are you being stupid? Oh. Um. I don't know. Why are you not? You're set to fill. What the fucking fuck? Fill container. Sure. Things really struggling. It doesn't make me feel good about whenever it actually does come back. Yeah, Claude's just sitting over here on the other monitor, running for 32 minutes at this point. 300,000 tokens. Test failed. Test failed. Test failed. Bash completed. I have no idea. It's just running a fuck ton of bash scripts or bash commands. Saturday JSON. Oh, it's doing the automated testing. That's what it's doing. Test result okay. We might be wrapping up on this here prompt. We'll see. But this looks like sheet. Yep, we're done. It's updating memory file now. Failed to run a command. Ran a command. The fuck? I don't know. I don't know what it's doing. Hey, C Films. Hello, hello. I'm doing all right. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I've got Claude going over here on a different screen just because it's been sitting here for 35 minutes now. So while it's been doing that, just been knocking out some design stuff. Trying to I did a big pass last night and kind of finishing it up now of restructuring some of the modules, making it make a little bit more sense. And then continuing to work on the like I said, the UI side of things. And I'm being super anal about making sure everything lines up properly. So that's fun. Did you decide on what you're doing Are you going deeper or are you expanding? Been going deeper. Good to hear. Oh, we're finally done. So you're going deeper with the data. Where are you going first? 4 is now the shape authority. Exactly per your audit. Shape record, the superset. Describe. Concrete order delta snapshot validation. Dispatcher. That's deliberately. Shape events aren't surfaced to Swift listener yet. That's if deliberately mission start stops wiring. I think I know what that is suggesting. Uni FFI, shape engine, one long lived object, course methods, and the consumption sketch was written against both apps' real call size before the API froze. iOS 9 mutation sites. Can you go ahead and summarize um, in non technical terms what each one of these does and why we went ahead and did it? Um, just to make sure that I fully understand um, what happened in this slice. Boom, 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 boom. So these need to be Steinbach. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome to the party. Um okay, that's not really a summarization there, Claude. Your app was like a oh god. Your app was like a company where 3 offices each kept their own filing system. I should probably just rebuild this bitch and check to see if it even works. All only knew how to read and write the paperwork, not how to keep the files. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Um, shape record. Master file folder for one shape. Until now, a shape meant slightly different things on each platform, and some information had nowhere to live. Remember the circle that forgot which way its handle pointed after a restart? That happened because going deeper on Washington State, Oregon, Idaho, and Alaska. So same states that you currently have, just more data form. Got it. Blah 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 blah. That happened because the wire format doesn't carry cosmetic details, and there was no richer or master copy to keep them in. A shape record is now is the complete folder. Timestamp built so future device syncing can use it whether it's been deleted, and the local cosmetic details that the circle like that circle handle. One complete definition of a shape that every platform, including future Android app, reads from. I mean, that sounds like a good thing. Shape store, a filing cabinet, a place that holds all the folders, enforces the rules. Every change goes. The dispatcher fix. When caught messages arrives, mailroom sorts at chat position or other. Until now, other meant shredded. Shape messages from another device were thrown away unread, and so would the future mission started command have been. Makes sense. Now the mailroom recognizes shape mail as shape. This is the exact plumbing both of your next features need: shape over the network and start stop mission command. Okay. Shape engines, the service window, everything written in Rust. The engine is the one counter where an app does business. Okay, so this was so in the analogy of the shape store and the filing cabinet, I understand things get organized and they get stamped as deleted, but they still keep the data. Where is that data being saved? Is it per device, or are we now saving it on the relay server? Does it make if it's not the relay server, does it make sense to put it onto the relay server? And what happens if they don't have a relay server? The second thing is when when do the devices get synced, or have we not built that piece out yet? And whenever they do get synced, are we syncing everything or just appended updates? Appended additions and updates. So we're not sending the entire shape across. We're just sending a thing that says this unique ID for a folder is stamped as deleted now. And updates for the for shape updates for shapes. Adding shapes across devices was going to have to be across relay and LAN, and not across mesh. But if there is an update to a shape that has already been delivered to a user's device, and it's just getting an update as far as being delivered or being deleted, or a change in color, is that a small enough message that we could send across Meshtastic as well? That could be interesting. Yeah, so if you don't know, um, Meshtastic only has like a payload limit of like 1 kilobyte per transmission. You can do some chunking to go through, but like you can't send an image across Meshtastic. Not really anyway. Um, so it's really good for like PLI updates and messaging. Small chat message of just like at the grocery store or something like that. If that's what your text message was to be, you can send small stuff under a kilobyte, and a kilobyte's really pushing it. So that's all there. So you can't send shape data across because that's going to be too much information. You might be able to send like one shape, but you couldn't say select 20 different things and then send all of those across. But you might be able to send shape updates. Let's see what this dude says. Where does the filing cabinet live? On each device, and only there. Totally today and by design. Okay, well, that does make sense. Nothing is saved on the relay, and there's a firm principle behind it. The relay is deliberately a blind courier. The mission service. Yes, yes, yes. So the mission service is basically going to be a logging. It'd be like an virtual device that is only there for central logging, I think. Okay, the mission a separate opt-in back-end piece, which may sit on the same box as the relay, whose whole job is remembering the mission content. Got it. Yes, yes, yes. This is why the cabinet is per device. Makes sense. When do devices sync and full copies are just the changes. Not built yet. That's slice 5. Copy. Okay, so not built yet. That's coming up. A returning device compares the cabinet summaries with a peer and pulls only the differences. As you edit devices broadcast, change receipts, not the shape. Brand new. This is exactly why delete keep the stamped folder instead of shredding it. An offline device that comes back needs to receive it was deleted. If we shredded it, okay, this analogy is getting out of control. Deleted shape with zombie back. And who wins question when to be will edit the same shape offline to exchange points for a shape. Got it. Check. Can small updates ride Meshtastic? Yes, and I've spotted the right rule. The practical limit on Meshtastic is roughly 200 bytes. 200, sorry. I swore it was 1,000. Full form squiggle with 1,000 points. Blah blah blah. Interesting middle. A rectangle's full geometry is just 4 corners, compactly encoded. That may fit too. Interesting. Shape traffic equals relay only should be sized based. Encode the change, and if it's a mesh packet, it's mesh eligible. Otherwise, relay LAN with mesh device. Makes sense. This deliberately revises the earlier no rich app payloads over mesh rule. I mean, that makes sense. So this all makes sense. The interesting thing about the ability or the we need to revise the no rich app payloads over mesh rule. Um that's only that is fine as long as it's under the limit by a good margin. And then we also are not auto sending updates, correct? At least for 99% of objects, we're not automatically sending updates for that. The only thing that we're automatically sending are PLI updates, correct? Or are we also automatically sending updates if the user is connected to LAN or Wi-Fi? Because that would be pretty cool if they were connected over a Halo Wi-Fi system. That's like 1 to 4 megabytes per second. The megabytes or megabits? Substantially more than Meshtastic. So we should be able to do auto updates over if the user is actively connected to relay or LAN, then we should be able to auto sync. PLI only, plus handshakes makes sense. Connection housekeeping a hello when you connect. Roster updates. Chat manual obviously. Shapes. Nothing auto syncs today on any route. No sync exists yet, and the only shape transmission is the entire app. In the entire app is the manual sync selected shape land caught button. Being on land Wi-Fi changes which pipes are available, not what sends. The pins your question just sent. Okay, sure. No chatty auto updates. Edits generate one receipt for a completed action. Okay. If 3 color changes queue up while a mesh device is busy, it can send receive only the last one and be perfectly correct. Mesh additionally gets rate limiting on top. Automatic propagation should apply to shapes shared in the net mission, not every private scribble. Okay, go ahead and document all of these findings and decisions for the future slices. Um, Include in there that I'm thinking that data should be able to auto sync if the user is connected over Wi-Fi or LAN, but it would still be per object, not just universally everything gets sent at all times. Not everything, not just universally everything. And then go ahead and start doing the next slice. Okay, so basically, it looks like we're going to be able to do. We'll be able to send certain shapes. It's not even certain shapes. It's any shape that fits underneath 150 bytes, give or take. So a simple circle, simple rectangle, even a simple polygon should be able to fit under 150. The once you start attaching geofencing data to it, then it might that's when it might start having a problem. Geofencing routing information or geofencing rules, I guess would be the right way to say it. But then geofence data updates is essentially a text message. So then that should be fine. Did this launch? It did. Okay. Clustering. Clustering still works. And then if we go 3D, it unclusters. And you didn't group because you're the only. Is that my machine or is this a. I think that was my machine. Okay, so then let me send this to confirm. How was the project going? Sorry, I don't know when you sent that C films. I mean, it's going good. It's going well. I was supposed to stream last night, but I ended up not because there was a slice that was going through that had to do with some encryption pieces of the GPS data. So both it was encryption keys as well as I'm trying to not lead you guys directly to my front door. Um, so I had to do some updates on that part. Um, and then that took way longer than I was expecting it to, unfortunately. So I did that obviously off stream, and then today I'm just wrapping up this UI UX overhaul. I'm overhauling the UX. The UI, we're still actively designing the UI overhaul part. So before, all of these individual modules were basically plumbing, and now most of the plumbing stuff is the relay hosting. That stuff was already in the setting, already in a menu bar window, but stuff like comms for relay, LAN, and mesh, like that was a module in and of itself, but it lived down here. So you had the ability to connect all of your network pieces, and then also the status overlay, um, the status stuff, the heartbeat, if you will, was also intermixed in with all of it. So now we're splitting those out. So there's the configuration stuff, and then there's like what you would actually monitor, I guess you would say. Um, they're two separate pieces. So that's kind of what we're working on now. Is we're doing a UX overhaul on that stuff, and then the UI I'm working in the background between prompts. Um, and then this last thing was I don't know if he's still here or not, but Zophie, whenever they joined pronouns. Don't know. Um, I wasn't keeping up to date, but I guess GPT 5.6 came out today. So we had it run an audit, and it came across a whole bunch of stuff to do with the core cursor on target storage engine. So if you don't know what that means, basically like this circle, this range and bearing circle gets turned into XML in the back end, and then that gets shared to phones or other devices um, through XML, through tiny packets and stuff like that. And it's a standardized format. Overhead, I don't have talking yet. They're not talking, syncing. Okay, so let's close that. Is this one storing? Um, so anyway, the audit found a whole bunch of places that stuff needs to be both made universal because it had basically two engines going on at one time, one for desktop and one for the phone. And the reason they're different is because the mapping engine on desktop is JS, and the mapping engine on the phone is native metal. Okay, so storing shapes on desktop is not a thing yet. But at the end of the day, it's not broken yet. It's still doing its thing, so I think we're good. Okay, back to so this needs some love. Um, but in general, there's one piece that is still, from a UX point of view, is I have not figured out. I have not cracked yet, and it's the chat stuff because there's technological limitations from a hardware perspective. So I can't just make it the way I want to make it. I have to do it in a certain way, and right now I don't even understand my own system. So that's fun. Um, move. Okay, this bug is fixed. That needs to be done. Blah 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 blah. That one's not needed. That one's not needed. How do I? Guess I can call this better, and then I'll just have to include the individual pieces. But how do I do the spacing? I don't think main dock needs. $36. That's okay. Hmm. It'd almost be better if these were. $340 padding. Move. You it over there so I can keep an eye on you. In line. Um. What size is this? 16. Okay, so that's the right size. Gotta hook it up. SF icon. Show custom icon, question mark. Custom icon. Hello, icons. Then we can remove this padding. And then we can be happy about it. I don't know if I'm happy about it. Okay, but I don't need. That one's fine. Claude is chat roundtrips.rs. Doing a lot of shit in chat.rs. What is it doing? Mesh target kind. Wait. Incoming shape, mesh target kind, mission lifecycle state. Oh. Yeah. So basically, I'm opening up an API endpoint, quote unquote, off of the relay server. So then it can pass commands. So not only will it pass GPS, shape, and chat messages, it'll also pass commands to do triggers. So if I wanted to, I could click a button and it would send a command to cell phone or anybody else that's connected, and it could do a pop up or do something like that. It'll also then be a part of how the open source relay part can be expanded upon. Um, so yeah, that's how that part will work. Because I can't do plugins on iOS. I can do plugins on Android. Am I not in? No. Yeah, I can't do plugins on iOS, but I can do plugins on Android. And because then the relay server is neither, I can do allow for plugins on the relay system, and then these command APIs can help bridge the gap. Because then I can basically make a module that allows you to do custom, like I haven't really thought this out. I'm actually thinking about this off the top of my head as I go through it. I don't know. There's a way that I might be able to set up a module or something that automates part of that. So if you need to control other devices or send commands, that might be. I could do it to where maybe there's different kinds of endpoints. One could be something that pings all other devices or does a control on everybody's devices that's connected. Another one might be able to do something else. We'll leave it at that because I don't know. I think these numbers are going to have to go. I think that's part of what's throwing it off. Module name, and this needs to be right. I don't actually need. Yeah, about 47 layers too many. Okay, now, so Claude, that means automation, means this round's almost done. Signal sig term thread error. That's fun. Where's this guy at? Um, automation running. Oh no. Yeah, I really wish I had gotten more RAM whenever I bought this laptop. Bucks. Okay, so I need a drag handle. Of course not. Excuse me. Menu? No. Oh, I'm in health. That's probably why. The fuck would this thing be called? Why isn't it called drag handle? Because that would make it a lot easier. So C-Films, you said you were going deeper on those states, but like, what does that mean? Are you um are you doing the like cross promotion of data thing that I kind of talked about yesterday, or are you doing just more pieces like individually? Figure ice hockey. Why? I'm glad ice hockey is taking a broom on my hard drive. And volleyball, snowboard. Ew. Seriously, what is this thing called? I kind of like this one. That might work. I'm gonna put it in there before. Really don't like how much. How much space that takes up. Where is Tiki McFace when you need him? He would know what this thing's called. SF symbols hamburger icon. Line 3 horizontal. Boom. Do I like any of these? Maybe I could do it as a circle. Kind of makes it look like it's filtering. Okay, yeah, we'll keep it as standard. Okay, so it looks like it's back. It's NG coexistence design. Every shape codec recognizes NG by element name only, ignores kind. So a stray lifecycle marker. Does the app still have... App is locked up. I need to test caught sending to iTAK. I even have... What are you... Why aren't you back yet? Oh, is this... It's doing another slice. That's fun. That's fun. I could buy more space by getting this back to there. I'm like a really fucking slow designer these days. Let's pick something easy first. Let's do okay, and then we'll do Okay, so roster needs to show the names, everybody that's in it, time, their location. I need to be able to then click on them, be able to go visit their spot. That's GPT. Round 1. That was all just round 1, and now we're on to round 2. Fucking great. How many rounds are there? I really need a task for GPT to do while this thing runs. Don't have no, of course I didn't. People. Has to be different than has to be different than chat. And it has to be different than mission. Although mission is the I want this one, but do I have just 2 people without a little? And there we go. You back over here. That can then shrink and grow. Let's see, I need location. And last heard from. I feel like that's really tiny. Up to 46 minutes on this slice, 640,000 tokens. That's fun. Design system. Footnote 1. I think I want it to be. No, don't. What are you doing? $38.73. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. No, 9. 54. That part works. That size will work. And then for icons, I kind of don't want the icon. I kind of don't want the location data. I want just in scope. Except it does have to be a button. I need like a micro button that I gotta set up. What's the HIG say about button size, minimum button size? I guess this is desktop, so it's not as big of a problem. Visuals versus padding. On mobile, what does it do? On mobile, what does it do? Shit. I think I don't want to break it into two lines because it's going to show everybody. You almost done? Looks like you're coming back with... R1 memory already flagged in the 3-shape Codex parse NG collision risk. Jesus Christ. Meshtastic module with a pre-existing, added 15 lines in it, didn't split it out, add a scope, pre-existing, blah, 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 blah. Almost up to 1 million. Almost up to an hour. Thing is slow as shit. Okay, so if it's gonna be it's 24 pixels tall, then we could fit in a text button. I believe. And they're 28. Boom, 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 boom. Two running tasks. Or it's going through all checks passed, running a command. I think it's testing the Cloudflare server. Oh, actually, is it? It may have had to rebuild. It may have had to recompile the relay to support the endpoints being opened up. NorthGrid relay, release. Seven 3. Days ago. It definitely has to upgrade relay. Just hasn't. I guess it just hasn't sent it to Cloudflare yet. Um, I mean, the easiest way would be to just set this to 0. That works. Okay, we're over an hour. The tokens are starting to climb faster. It's actually editing. It's back to editing files again. Swift files. So it's done updating all of the Rust stuff. No more Rust files. Chat roundtrip.rs. That got a huge amount of updates. Okay, so we're looking at this. We see this. Doesn't really mean anything. If I click on them, it would select them. If clicked on them, then this shows up, but that doesn't give me coordinates, so I do need the coordinates, I guess. Although maybe I click on them and a modal opens up and that tells me all the information that I have about them. And coordinates can be there, and then there's a button in there that then takes me to their location. Maybe. I'm not sure what is on desktop. That's fine. On mobile, That shouldn't show details until I hover over them. Okay, now we're getting to more automation. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, so then you're gonna go away. You're gonna go away. State default hover. No idea what the fuck you're for. Mission start stop r2.md. Oh, okay, so we're updating the task file. That means we're almost complete with this round, which only took over an hour. That's fantastic. Fantastic. And then very active. What am I doing? Oh yeah. Name. Location. How are you still Okay, we're just editing now. Editing status. Okay, so we're basically getting back. We're getting back to the vibes. It's fun. Orange 40. Oh, but so this isn't. This is the team color, not status. Fuck. I should do a status color group of colors, and it can just be the default colors for now. Yeah, and these need to be what team they're attached to, and then I need a different one that says something about their status. What is this? This would be quiet. You done? Okay, so we're finally fucking done with this thing. Of course, it went away. I guarantee you it was over 1 million tokens. It was like 960, I think, whenever I brought it over. Okay, documentation, blah, 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 blah. Pins everything from our discussion. Okay, yeah, so that's what it was doing. Mission start stop code complete across all 3 channels. Stopped wins fail safe piggyback that coexists with shape markers in them. R2 app. Oh, so it did three layers, 3 rounds. app and UI, echo dedup is structural. Your own state coming back merges to a no op. The toast center you asked for, mission started by call sign, blah blah blah. Both platforms start stop buttons with confirms on the Mac active mission panel and iOS mission brief. Restart persistence mission switch reset. The builder also stopped correctly at a real wall. The relay send path has no way to carry life cycle. Crucially, every device rebroadcasts the state on its own PLI tickets, so a late joiner catches up from literally the first packet it hears from anyone. Okay, so that's good. Your 2-device smoke one ready. Relay only pair. Start on A. Sends toast and flips. Connect C late. Okay, so it wants me to have three devices. That'll be... Yeah, I could do one in the simulator. It catches up from the next PLI tick. Restart mid-season. Still started. Switch mission state clears quietly. Mesh pair works too. Mesh carries explicit announces rather than piggyback recorded design. Q standing iOS store rebind. Now fully design pinned. So say go when you've smoked start stop, or if you want to ride momentum. Do you want to ride the momentum? Okay, so this will be Mac. Okay, so we need to figure out what it was talking about on the wall. So right now, the only way that start stop works is over LAN and radio. It does not work over relay. Is that what you're saying? If so, explain more about why the relay can't send or can't carry life cycle state. Okay. Load test mission. Blah 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 blah. You need to be okay, send you to the phone. Bow, bow, bow. Okay, so you're saying I need to relay and LAN are both hooked up. Relay connected. We scan. This doesn't actually do anything yet, but it looks cool when I click it. Mission. Okay, so technically, if I start mission, I'm trying to think what's the best way. The compact radio format is rigid, so mesh carries explicit announcements only. Wait. What was it? Relay works now. The gap you're describing existed for about 1 round worth of time. Mid-slice in R3. Oh, okay. Why relay couldn't carry it? The interesting moment. Think of the when round 2 tried to stamp the mission state, there was like no counter to hands. Okay, so did it push an update to relay to R2? Doesn't look like it. So did we need to rebuild a new version of the relay and upload it to R2, or is the existing build that's currently hosted on R2 already good to go before I do the smoke test? Also, for the smoke test, can I do the late joiner over Meshtastic only, and will that get the update? And then as far as the testing, how I'm thinking about doing the smoke test, I was going to do my physical phone in airplane mode connected only to Meshtastic, and then run obviously the desktop app in full relay and LAN mode, and then run the simulator in LAN mode only. Would that be enough variance to run the smoke test? Relay is actually the strongest channel for that. A late joiner on relay catches up from memory, blah, 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 blah. Your 2-device relay smoke is actually a thing that proves end to end. By design, the compact mesh carries explicit announcements only. I don't understand what this means. Because I'm pretty sure we need a new relay. Oh wait, relay's on DigitalOcean, not on R2. Idiot. The hoster says the relay is a content blind life cycle. That's the content blind principle. Paying rent, new features ship without touching deployed infrastructure. That's, I'm glad I built it that way. Over mesh testing, no, and that's recorded design, not a bug. That's mesh carries announces only. No piggyback. The compact radio format is rigid. We chose a clean new packet. Start on desktop, simulator toasts, relay LAN, and phone toasts, mesh announce. Okay, so start with those two. Cross-channel bridge, stop, then start from the phone, mesh only. Desktop should toast via mesh announce. And then because devices rearm, their piggyback on remote merges to the desktop's next PLI tick carries a state to the relay. Simulator toast within 10 seconds without ever touching mesh. So what's the simulator set to? So should the simulator be connected only through relay or only through LAN? Let's get it running. LAN only. That's the highest coverage choice, and there's the non-obvious reasons. Okay, so we need to put the phone in. The phone is in airplane mode. Scanning for radios. Okay, so the phone is only connected via mesh. Phone is only connected to mesh. Voice crack, puberty. 41-year-old. Okay, so that's there. We'll test it with a chat message first just to confirm everything. Why can't I shrink you? Bullshit. Oh, why I had. Okay, let's run this again. Okay, so laptop is connected to the relay to my one of my radios that I have on my desk. But then the simulator is going to be LAN only. Mission. How do I get? That would have been interesting. Okay, so I can do this manually. I gotta move this off screen real quick. LAN gateway setup. Settings. Oh, right, this is just local stuff. So this is fine. 192.168.20.124. 4243. 4243. Okay, so we can see this. One client connected. So the way this works, I should be able to click start mission on my phone. It'll connect over radio. There's a chance that the radio is going to beep at us. It then goes from radio to laptop, and then laptop to the simulator over LAN. Start this mission for everyone. Start mission. Started 19. Mission started. Okay. And it didn't. Interesting, the radio didn't beep. Chat. So that's the radio going off. That showed up there. Chat. So I didn't. I didn't get a chat message on the simulator. That's interesting. Sending a chat message from physical device over mesh to a laptop connected to all 3 routes received the chat message from the phone, but the simulator, which was connected to LAN only, did not receive the chat message. So we're just going to put that one in the bugs list to do overnight. Okay, so this worked. Okay, so then we need to test. We need to test catch up. So the late joiner. Power the phone's radio off. Transition on desktop. Power back on. Okay, so now we can test. Mission. Where's my simulator at? Okay, so let's do it. Let's do it here. Oh, I bet that's why it's because it wasn't. Let me. Sim was not on mission, but message was sent through open room. I shouldn't have received a mission thing. This will be immediately that one has to be fixed. Okay, so if I stop the mission, there and there, so that all worked. Okay, so then I need to test late joiner, relay, LAN leg. Quit the simulator app, start stop on desktop, relaunch the simulator, and reconnect. It should catch up from the first PLI ticket here's. So disconnect. Start mission. Mission started. Mission started. Mission start. Okay, so that all worked. The activity monitor logged everything. Okay, so it looks like all of this worked, including the late joiner. Over relay LAN. Okay, so that works. Comms. Disconnect. Disconnect. Wait, no. T1000. So right now everything is started. It thinks this still says stop mission on my phone, but it has no communication. So I stop here. Stopped. Now I connect on the phone to that. And then on the next PLI cycle, there it is. Okay, so this all worked. over mesh. However, the thing that I'm noticing is on simulator, which was only connected to gateway, I was not a part of the mission. I had no mission assigned in the simulator. I didn't even have the ability to join the mission because I don't have the ability to scan a QR code in the simulator. And it still showed mission status updates. So we need to make sure that the commands are filtered only to what am I trying to say here? Because I didn't have the ability to scan a QR in the simulator, and it still showed mission assigned or active in However, the one thing I'm noticing is on simulator, which was only connected to the gateway, I wasn't a part of the mission. I had no mission assigned or active in the simulator, so I didn't even have the ability to join the mission. But I got the mission start and mission stop updates. So we need to have the ability to filter API or endpoint commands. What does this look like, and does it limit us in any way for other things? Are we going to be able to send commands that are not a part of the mission and other commands that are a part of missions? This probably also touches on sending data packages and shapes and things like that. Also, just to confirm, the other thing that I did find was that I sent a chat message from my physical phone over mesh to my laptop, and the laptop is connected through all 3 routes, and I didn't receive the chat message on the simulator in the open room. Is that because I wasn't a part of the mission, or something else? Is something else broken there? I thought that the open room didn't matter if you were a part of the mission or not. So that'll be fun. I need to figure out this. Right? You can't. That doesn't work. So if I leave the mission and then I scan mission QR code. So it's rotated 90 degrees clockwise. Camera in landscape is rotated 90 degrees clockwise. What about in portrait mode? mission, join mission, scan QR is fine in portrait. Show QR. Interesting. Okay, what are you saying here, there, bud? Excellent smoke results, and both findings are real. One is a bug, or at best half-built filter. The other is unbuilt architecture behaving as designed, but surprising you. Okay, so that's probably the chat. Simulator toasting start-stop with no mission. That's a filtering gap. The R2 design claimed a filter incoming lifecycle states matched against active mission. Your test proves it's either broken or has a hole. It's the enabler. Every command gets an explicit scope in its payload. Mission scoped only devices that mission stored in plus active. Start stop. This fix. Net wide. Everyone connected. Feature net announcements, pings, check-in requests, later team person scope, matching devices, tasking, direct commands. Yes, that is exactly the net team. Blah 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 blah. One honest caveat for the record, with a content blind relay, scope enforcement today is receiver side. The bytes will still arrive, the app drops out of scope once. True enforcement. Non-members can't even receive mission traffic comes when routing keys on the read. And in the encrypted tier, their own group keys. That's already in the recorder plan receiver involved. Nothing is broken, but something important is missing. You're right that OpenChat is mission independent. The membership had nothing to do with it. The actual reason your phone was mesh only, so its message went out over radio only. Laptop heard it. It has the radio, but no device forwards other people's mission across routes. The laptop receiving a meshed message does not retransmit onto the relay. There's no cross transport bridging for chat. Each message. A dual homed device acting as a chat bridge. Bridge asymmetry needs its own design round loop at prevention. What bridge it? Open only, mission scope 2, and who bridges any. There was one thing I need to go back to. Only devices that mission stored and is active. So one thing on the scoping for commands. And even just in general data sharing. Okay, so that there's no way for us to send data to a device that is scoped to a mission, and then the device picks up that data only if the mission is active, right? Because we can only have one mission active at a time. Is that correct? Or should I be able to send data packages or commands to any device that has joined a mission, but whether or not that mission is active or not? Is that joined a mission, but whether or not that mission is the active? I don't think it can be, because if mission M is bound to radio channel 7 and you're active on in using 3, you physically won't hear M's mesh traffic. No policy fixes that. Relay LAN can carry everything regardless, so stored mission updates flow there. This is fine and expected. It's the same reason meshes announce only elsewhere. Single active still holds. Nothing here weakens the single active decision. One spotlight, one channel binding, one mission on the map. We're only saying the mailbox accepts letters for every drawer you own, not just the open one. But the only way that that would actually work is if the user who had accepted an invite to a mission but had not made it active had connected to relay or LAN for a mission and then selected another mission, correct? If they never connected to those items, then they wouldn't be getting those updates. If they then made a mission active and was connected through those systems, then it would be then they would get catch up. They would get caught up with all of the mission status at that point in time, right? My gut tells me that we should just have them rely on mission catch up if they are not on an active mission, and that they should only be getting updates for the one that they have active. If they have multiple missions and none of them are active, then they don't get updates. filter hole announce path bypass. Okay, so that's just the investigation. The scope filter process only. Scope equals active mission. Stored inactive unknown. No active mission drops silently. Catch up on activation toast. Activating a mission that's running. Surfaces 1. Yeah, so go ahead and start round 4. And then also make sure to update all of the documents for our decisions on active missions versus non-active missions. And then also make a note in the backlog about the discussion around the open channel and relaying messages from radio to gateway to LAN. Okay, so I mean that was a pretty good test. It like worked way better than I thought it was going to, so that's good. So back to this bullshit. So this means I need a I need this to... That really what I wanted to do. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so that's all hooked up. I'm just checking to see. If I can tell the difference, like what the color hierarchy looks like. I have to remember though that this is the same. This doesn't sit on top of the map. It is solid. So that's verify Apple build. Okay, so it's almost done. I think that's a good amount. Why it's not focusing? Is it the hat? Hat. A genuinely satisfying root cause. The filter was never broken, committing then the explanation. Key. Boom, 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 boom. All right, what did you come back with? Filter was never broken. The builder fixing it. House rules over a past. Your simulator wasn't actually missionless. iOS has a debug shortcut, a use test mission toggle that silently persists its settings. When it's on, the internal active mission becomes a fixed. But the mission tile only reads the real install store, so it displays no mission. If your desktop was writing the same test mission shortcut, both devices were legitimately in the same device filter. So please check almost certainly your mystery. Yeah, so what I would actually do is just remove the test mission from the settings aisle, and it should just be treated as if it was a mission that had been shared with it. I can remove the mission, the test mission, just as if it was any other mission. The only thing is that every time the app is quit and relaunched, it would automatically get added back. And this should be something that is only in the debug app. It shouldn't be in the release app at all. That includes the release desktop app as well. I can remove the test mission just as if it was any other mission. The only thing is that every time the app is quit and relaunched, it would automatically get added back. It should not be activated on launch, though. And to answer the question, yes, the app was using the test mission. Okay, so we'll send that across. It's saying that should be a small update. I mean, it's no... We're not doing new logic per se. We're just moving stuff around. That shouldn't take too long. Question is do we like this? I think so. I think that's good. So if we detach, you can say that this is do comms next. Yeah, I feel like the big thing is we need... How much smaller is this bitch? So that's 50. Wait, this is actually smaller? Okay. Mission section, join it like any other. At the real library gets a seated entry. Okay. I feel like roster, though, still needs a filter. Yeah, so that's one thing I need to do is I need to change all of this to I think I need to add a warning, or like this needs to be swapped out if there's an icon. Automation running. Fill padding left, right. Hidden override is dead. Setting toggle gone. The test mission is now a normal mission object. No more secret state for the TU I can't see. Tile life. Fully debug gated now. iOS clearly labeled test mission debug. Identical. Does the iOS store rebind, is that allowing for multiple missions, or is that something else? We're set. Is that really so damn difficult? Everything naming is a bit overloaded, so here's the untangled. I know it's shapes, not missions. Data post audit, multiple missions on separate installed for today. Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and start on the next slice then. Hmm. That's a problem. Top row. I need an idle. Okay, so that is that. So, eight and eight. 8 and 8. No block. 8. 8. Okay, so then I need to do the activity for that. Dude doing? Minuscule. Is that 1632? How does it equal 48? Why did you not? There you go. Why does this not? Stupid. Okay, what do we did it as Green, blue, red. This is the slice that touches your device. Okay, bud. Is this? Yeah, I think that gets the point across, so that's good. Okay, so that is the roster and comms done. Mission I need to keep building out. Comms is not done actually. I need to do need to do buttons of some kind. I need a way to It doesn't get me any touch points. Ooh. Main dock width 328. Okay, it's finally done. It's doing its summary, writing memory. 47 minutes later. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Such as a device validated edit behavior, so it gets its own rollback tag. Riskiest slice of the sequence executed with discipline it needed, capturing committing. like that. Hot path went narrow during a drag. Resize mutates one transient ghost. The tiny instead of rebuilding it reframes. Edit cost no longer grows with how many shapes you draw per frame. FFI is gone. Okay, so that's fucked up. So on mobile, anytime I move or scale or modify a shape or tool, after it has been created, the shape will move and update smoothly. Everything's fine there, but the labels are left behind. So it's almost the opposite of what we had earlier, where the labels and the anchors would move, but the shape itself would stay behind. So something is broken with this. Okay, and then Mac. There was another issue. Also, there is some sort of bug with clustering where the cluster icon will show up when it is supposed to, but on shapes will not disappear at all. But tools, the stroke of a tool will disappear. And then that means if one of those tools is a range and bearing line, the whole thing does disappear, which is good. But a range and bearing circle, only the stroke will hide when the cluster icon appears. But for shapes, the cluster icon will show up and the shape stays exactly as it is. The stroke and the fill will stay visible at all times. It also looks like we lost the ability to add rings to the range and bearing circles. With the freeform tool, they no longer show the mini edit toolbar after the first one is drawn. You have to click the check mark in the drawing toolbar to finish drawing, and then you have to deselect the freeform drawing, and then you have to select it again to get the mini edit toolbar. So that needs to be fixed. The better change would be that we should probably just show the mini toolbar on tool selection regardless of which tool or shape it is. there was something else, I think. Oh, but that looks all fine and dandy. Okay, so let's test this app. Desktop, for the most part, looks to be in a much better place. The only thing that I saw was there was some hiccuping when rotating a shape quickly. I'm not sure if that is just my machine or if there is a performance leak going on the desktop side of things. Right. The only thing that I did see is the ooh. So this is only iOS. Nothing for desktop actually changed. That's what everything was hunky dory. So the other question that I have is if shapes only get marked as deleted, but don't actually get deleted, how do you actually delete an item versus the storage system just filling up with stamp deleted objects? Like, I get that we need this stamp system for catch up and syncing, but is there a way to make this so that you don't have a bunch of ghost objects stored on the device? Part of it might be if someone sends a shape to a device and then the original sender stamps it as deleted, maybe if it's one of those things that if an object has been shared, it goes into the stamp deleted category, but if an item has not been shared and I delete it, then it should actually delete it. And would it make sense for deletion to be based on if it was something that you deleted or if someone else deleted it and it was synced to your phone? Are there any other solutions that we could look at doing besides something as global as like clear the canvas? Another thing that we might be able to do is if objects are attached to a mission and the mission gets removed, then the shapes would be permanently cleared at that point from the device. wish you would have told me about that stuff. About the other stuff before you did all that. $20, $30, $40, $50. All right, are you back? You're not back yet. Four fixes, steering move, resize, reclaim the active shape. Oh, that's what you sent. You're not done. Damn it. What is the dealio here? So I need to get some top row stuff in. I don't know about this dude. I think that's it. I think that's what I'm gonna call it. Headphones are dying for a second time. My brain hurts on design. Claude's taking forever. Probably let this finish and then stick. What is it? Soul 5.6. I'll stick 5.6 on it and Grok 4.5 on the code base and let it run a full QA cycle. And look for bugs and optimizations that can still be done. And then I'll fold this slice in. Well, and then before I move it to any more future slices, fix anything that it finds, then run through it, and then merge this branch back. Because I don't know how much more I can do on this. Because then it starts to get into where I need to start setting up the relay mission server. And I'm not sure about that one. That one needs to be thoroughly scoped out. It's got some headline features, but nothing detailed out yet. So yeah. What does this dude doing? Oh, looks cool though. Anywho, that's it.